Good morning and welcome to the 2024 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in St. Paul's Bay, Malta. I am Amelia Potter, and this morning for you we have the Sub-Junior 83 kilo men. We will have two flights this morning, so if you're looking out for a particular lifter or country, they may be in the second flight. You can see the running order here, big openers in the first flight. A point of reference, the world sub-junior squat record stands at 290 kilos, a huge number, but little birdie has told me that there is a lifter in the second flight who's looking to take quite a few records today if he has a good day, so we will have to wait and see for that. The sub-juniors really have set the bar so high so far this competition. Even in some classes, we've seen the sub-juniors out-total the juniors. Looking forward to seeing how the sub-juniors today set the bar for the juniors tomorrow, figuratively and literally. We count the clock down now to our first lifter of the day. And first up we will have Wichya Yitsiapong from Thailand, opening at 170 kilos, 5 kilos below his personal best. Only 16 years old. Important to remember, as I said, these are sub-juniors, so 18 years and younger.
Let's kick off this session. Yitsiapong of Thailand.
I said it's a good lift.
Thailand. Next from Hungary, Bergus Nant, opening at 170. And the bar is loaded.
Pendegas Nagy from Hungary, opening on 170 kilos. 18 years old, so ages out to a junior next year. The oldest lifters in his flight were born in 2006. Let's that sink in. The weight moved well. Let's wait for the lights. And it is a good lift.
Coming out next, Gabriel of Peru. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Gabriel.
Gabriel Chaparro from Peru, 180 kilos. Don't often see many Peruvian lifters here, so great to see some representation. The weight looks comfortable. Let's wait for the lights. 3 wide lights, a good lift.
For Peru. Next lifter out, Ewan Harrison of Ireland.
Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
185. The bar is loaded.
See, I was worried about the depth first time round, but looking at the replay, it's really good. And that's why we have referees in 3 different positions on the platform. 1 at the front and 2 more towards the side. Ewan Harrison from Ireland, opening on 185 kilos. stand by that island singlet being in my top 3. That's a fun game to play. What are your top 3 favourite SPD country singlets? A lovely opener from Ewan. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Ireland. Next out of the platform, Filip Strand of Finland. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Filip. He is opening at 195 kilos.
195 kilos for Filip Strand from Finland. Only 17 years old, has been competing just for 1 year. Opening 2.5 kilos below his personal best.
That is a good lift for Finland. Next up, Jack Cullen of
That is
New
a good
Zealand.
lift, 3 white
The bar
lights.
is loaded. Let's go, Jack. It's opening at 197.5.
Jack Cullen from New Zealand opening on 197.5 kilos. Very easy looking opener for Cullen. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next out, Johan Borshoff.
Very nerve-wracking getting that first squat on the board. So to get it moving well like that is a very good start to the day. Very good sign for what's to come.
Hold it a little bit.
Here we see Johan Borshoff from South Africa. Just a mistake with the sign there. There we go. Johan Borshoff from South Africa, 200 kilos.
The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Borshoff.
Let's go, Johan.
Unfortunately, yeah, I hesitated to comment there. Have a look at that again in the replay. You can see he just gets 3 reds for squatting too high. The depth we're looking for is for the hip crease to go below the top of the knee joint, and you can see there he's just above that parallel point. Strong enough, so just needs to try that again a bit deeper in his second. Now we have Kev Money Knack from New Zealand opening on 200 kilos. Very smooth opener there for Knack and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Coming out next, Leo Bouchard, Belgium, also 200 kilos, and the bar is loaded.
We now have Leo Bouchard from Belgium opening on 200 kilos. 2.5 kilos below his personal best. A lot of these lifters with only a year's competitive experience. A little bit sticky on the way up, but the weight still didn't seem
It
too
is a good lift for
difficult.
Adrian
2
to
to 1, a
squat.
good lift. He does get a depth call from that center referee, so we'll have a look at that again on the
Singapore.
replay. If there's any red, the
The
jury
bar is
will
loaded.
be looking at it, but I think he should be safe with that.
Jun Yu Lim opening at 202.5 kilos.
Jan Yu Lim from Singapore opening on 202.5 kilos. Yeah, pretty textbook opener there. Does get a depth call from the center referee again for depth. Usually, and I say usually tentatively, if you get whites from the side referees, you're normally safe. And he looks good from the sides there, so it remains a good lift. Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain opening on 215 kilos, our penultimate opening attempt from this first flight. And that is a lovely looking squat from Miguel. 3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, that is just such a tidy squat. Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
The bar is loaded. Let's go.
Ionla Oyinloye from Great Britain, 225 kilos, the heaviest opener of this flight, opening 10 kilos below his personal best. That is a lovely, smooth-looking opener for Oyinloye. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We're going into round 2 of the squat with
Plenty left in the tank to grow into his second and third. Let's have a look at that again. And that concludes our opening attempts. We move straight through to our second round of squats now. Ulbar Boshoff managing to get a squat in on the board. We now have Wichya Yitchepong from Thailand, 180 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to surpass his personal best currently by 5 kilos. 16 years old, already 2 years competitive experience. And that is 3 white lights for Wichya.
Coming out next, Bentegus Naj of Hungary. And 180 kilos. The bar is loaded. Let's go.
10 kilo jump for Benenges Nagy from Hungary to 180 kilos for his second attempt. A little bit harder than his opener, but still a good lift. 3 white lights. Expect to see a slightly smaller jump there to his third. At least that's what makes sense to me. considerably slowed down during that middle portion, so we'll see where the
The
sticking
bar
point
is loaded.
will be as we reach that top end.
Let's go, Gabriel.
Gabriel Chaparro from Peru jumps 10 kilos to 190, leaving him just 5 kilos below his personal best. A lot harder than his opener, but did really well to keep pushing through that, and it's a good lift for Gabriel. Just a reminder, this is the first flight of 2 this morning for the 83 kilo sub-juniors.
The bar is loaded for Ewan. Let's go.
Ewan Harrison from Ireland jumps 10 kilos to 195 to match his personal best here on his second attempt. Nice strong walkout from Ewan there. Yeah, and that is a lovely second attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. A little harder than the opener, but plenty of room to go into the third, and that's exactly where you want to be.
South Africa. The bar is loaded. 200 kilos on the bar for Ewan.
Now, Ewan Boshoff from South Africa missed his opener of 200 kilos, got 3 red lights for depth. Looking now to retake it here in his second. Strength is definitely there, just needs to squat it a couple of inches deeper. Oh yeah, that looks worlds better. I'd be surprised if that wasn't okay. There we go, 3 white lights is on the board. This is all experience, these are sub-juniors, so for a lot of them it is their first time on the international platform. And that first squat can be very nerve-wracking, so not too unusual to see people cut the depth on that a little bit. $207.5 kilos for Philippe Strand from Finland. Taking a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. His current personal best is 197.5, so he'll be extending that by 10 kilos on his second should he make this. Three white lights, a good lift for Philippe.
Well done. Next, Jack Cullen, New Zealand. The bar is loaded.
Quite a wide squat stance there. So his knees start to come in, seeing where it will break down a little bit as it gets heavier, but for now looks good. 207.5 kilos for Jack Cullen, a 10 kilo jump from his opener. Just 2.5 kilos below his personal best. Three white lights, a nice comfortable second attempt for Jack.
Next up, Leo Bouchard, Belgium. Bar is loaded. $207.5 kilos for Leo Bouchard from Belgium. 7.5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best. Slightly smaller jump than we've seen from the other lifters, but
It's all about what feels right for the lifter and what they have on the day. A very, very low bar position there. You can see
Good
where
lift
he has
for
his sticking point in the
Belgium.
middle, but still worked through it this
And
time round. And I think
next,
the
10
7.5 kilos was the right move based on how
210 kilos.
that second attempt went. You can see here, big sticking
The
point
bar
there.
is loaded.
Manages to fight through it, but you can see where the
Let's
breakdown
go.
will be on the third. Kevmani Nak from New Zealand jumps 10 kilos to 210 for his second attempt to extend his personal best. Moves into squat bronze for the time being, but important to remember there's another flight of lifters to follow this first flight, so that is subject to change. And very opposite to Leo, we have a much higher bar position here. The duality of man.
Good lift for
3
New
white lights, a
Zealand.
good lift.
Coming out next, Lim from Singapore. 215 kilos. We're in the second round of squats. The bar is loaded.
We now have Jen Yu Lim from Singapore, 215 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener for a 2.5 kilo PB. Really nice looking squat there.
Good lift for
Maintains position
Singapore.
really nicely, and that really favours him as it gets a little bit
Out to
harder.
Miguel Dominguez.
Seeing a lot of sub-juniors break their personal best on their second, even their first, and it's not unusual to see. They're still very young and new to the sport, and they don't know where that ceiling of strength is yet. Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain, 225 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to match his personal best. Yeah, and it is just such a nice squat. 2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a depth from the centre referee, which doesn't surprise me, not because it didn't look deep enough, but he has quite a narrow stance, which it's hard to tell depth from that angle. We'll have a better idea of it from the side.
The bar is loaded. Let's go. We
Yeah, and
have
that's a good lift
237.5
for
kilos
Dominguez.
on the bar.
Oyonlaye, Great Britain, 237.5 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Our heaviest second attempt before we move through to the third round of squats for this first flight. Yeah, and that is still moving so well. 3 white lights, a good
for
lift.
Great Britain. Moving on to round 3 of the squats. Kicking off with Wicha Yitsayatong of Thailand.
Yeah, and a really good place to go
Bar is loaded.
to his third attempt. Still plenty left in the tank. We head through to the third attempts now with everybody having a squat on the board. Oyonloye leading, followed by Dominguez. Bearing in mind we still have the next flight of lifters to come. Wicha Yitsayatong, 185 kilos. Oh, a big push, but can't quite grind through that.
Next out, Bentetus Nudge.
Some lifters are really good at grinding through squats, and some can't quite push through. Also, it's another
Bar
thing
is
that just
loaded.
comes with experience and time, and that's something that the sub-juniors don't always have
Let's go.
at this stage, you know, at 16, 17, 18
We have
years old.
185 kilos for Bente's third squat.
Bendikas Nagy from Hungary, 185 kilos.
It
3
is
white lights, a good lift, a great fight there from Nagy.
Well done. Next from Peru, Gabriel Chaparro, 195
Nothing can
kilos.
quite match the enthusiasm of a sub-junior.
The bar is loaded. Let's go, Gabriel.
Gabriel Chaparro from Peru jumps 5 kilos to 195 for his third attempt. He matches personal best. Definitely slowed down a little bit on his second. This will be a bit of a fight should he get this, but no reason to think that he couldn't. And there's the fight, but no, can't get through that.
Not today, no lift for Peru. Next,
So
from
walks away with
Ireland,
190
Harrison,
kilos.
going for 202.5. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Ewan. Let's make some noise for him.
Ewan Harrison from Ireland, 202.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Second was still moving pretty well, so I can see where the 7.5 kilo jump came from there. And that is simply lovely. A fantastic third attempt. A good lift, a perfect number on the bar there, and very well executed by Ewan.
Philip is going for 212.5.
All in all, these
The bar
sub-juniors
is loaded.
performing very, very
Make
well
noise
this
for
morning.
Philip. Kom igen.
Philip Strand from Finland
Find the
jumps
time
5
to
kilos to
make changes.
212.5 for a new personal best. What a grind from Strand. And he is rewarded 3 white lights for his efforts.
Next out, Jack Cullen. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Jack.
Jack Cullen now, 5 kilo jump from his second to 212.5 for a new personal best. Nice confident walk out there. Weight looks good on his back. Unfortunately, just couldn't get through that high sticking point.
Next up, Ewan Boshoff.
And that's what I'm talking about, you know, with a little bit more experience, I think perhaps he could have fought through that, but some lifters have to
The
really
bar is
work on that
loaded.
ability to grind. Ewan Boshoff from South Africa missed his opener in depth, got it on his second, 3 white lights, turned from 3 reds. Jumps now 15 kilos to 215 for his third and final attempt. Needs to make sure he maintains depth. Something I see so often is a lifter missing a lift for depth, coming back and getting it, then feeling maybe a little too safe and reverting to squatting high again. So let's hope that's not the case here for Ewan Boshoff. Definitely look deep enough, but the trade-off for that is that much harder to stand it up.
Unfortunately, we are moving on to Ken Knack of New Zealand. 215 kilos on the bar. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Kev.
Kevin Knack from New Zealand, 215 kilos. A 5 kilo jump for a new personal best.
2 attempts left to make changes.
And that is a fantastic third attempt from Knack. 3 white lights, a good lift and a new personal best. Great start to the day.
Leo Bouchard, Belgium. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Leo.
Leo Bouchard from Belgium takes a 7.5 kilo jump to 215.
Changes for the next group.
Second looked a little bit tough, so interested to see how an equal 7.5 kilo jump moves here. Wow, what an incredible effort. 2 to 1, a good lift. Really unusual squat style there from Leo. Have a look at that here. Has a peculiar sticking point. Gets called for depth, but I think he should be okay. Almost pauses in the middle like he did in his second, but he felt confident he could stood it up, and he did. Jun Yu Lim from Singapore, 227.5 kilos. Another 12.5 kilo jump. A huge personal best. Second looked pretty tidy. Let's see if he has another 12.5 in him. Just a little bit too ambitious with that 12.5 kilo jump, I think. And this is all a learning curve, especially for sub-juniors, knowing how much they have left in the tank, knowing how much they can grind, all things they need to know about themselves as an athlete, and you have to learn at some point. Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain jumps 5 kilos to 230 for his final attempt. And unless the brakes come on really quickly, I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't get this. His first and second were really quite nice. Yeah, and there we are. It is just a lovely squat. 2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a depth call from the side referee. We'll have a see on that on the replay from the side he gets that red from.
The bar is loaded.
I think he's definitely on the line, but he will be safe with that.
245 kilos.
Now our final squat of this first flight of lifters before moving through to the second flight. Ayonla Oyinloye from Great Britain, 245 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Second moved well. Let's see how this goes. Oh, and that is so nice. Still with room left in the tank. 2 to 1, a good lift. There's a depth call from the side referee, so we'll have a look at that in the replay, but that was a lovely third attempt, and maybe even his best of the three. Yeah, I think that is perfect depth as well. We move straight through to the second flight here. You can see Bichot currently in bronze, Benitez Domingos in silver, Oyinloye currently leading in gold, but that is subject to change now as we see the second flight of lifters come through. Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy opens on 207.5 kilos. A little bit slow in the middle portion there for an opening attempt, but perhaps just starting to feel comfortable under the bar, seeing what he feels. It's a good lift.
The bar is loaded. Let's go Hayden.
Hayden Brinkley from Australia opening on 207.5 kilos. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Next out from Brazil, Gabriel Mpanter. 220 kilo opener.
Seems like it's going to be a close fight for the gold medal today between Belak and Reynolds, though I don't want to count Johnson out just yet. Those three currently leading the pack with a bit of a gap between them and the rest. So it'll be a fight for the medals between the top three by the looks of things right now. A long way to go yet. Gabriel Mbaca from Brazil, 220 kilos. Nice deep opener there. And a good lift. 3 white lights for Gabriel.
Next from Australia, Yogananda. 225 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Aaron Yogananda from Australia, 225 kilos. A lot of countries doubling up in this flight. 2 Australians, 2 Israelis, we have 2 Americans, 2 Italians. Big showing from those countries. Wow, that was very comfortable for Aaron. 3 white lights, a good lift. That is a lovely looking opener.
Coming up next, now Likunski from Israel. The bar is loaded. Bar is opening at 225 kilos.
Mayar Lipkunski, Israel, 225 kilos, opening 2.5 kilos above his personal best. Very easy opener there. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Good lift. We have Nico Saudonsari of Finland coming out for a 230 kilo opener.
230 kilos for Nico
Let's
Savansari
go,
from
Nico.
Finland, opening on his personal best. Well, it's quite tough for an opener, but gets it on the board.
Good lift for Finland.
Not sure if he was just a bit nervous there, but I certainly would recommend taking quite a small jump there to his second based on that. Trying to see if he gets knocked out of position, and it doesn't look like he does. It just looks a bit tough. Ilyan Slotnikov from Israel, 232.5 kilos, opening 5 kilos below his personal best. Yeah, and that is a lovely opening attempt. 2 to 1, a good lift. Does get a depth call from one of the side referees. Didn't seem like an issue from where I was sitting, but we'll see on the replay if it was. The jury will be looking at this as well.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, and that will remain a good lift. .235 kilos with Dominic Gray from Great Britain. 18 kilos below his personal best and sub-junior national record. Very quick descent there. Looks like a good opener. And it was 3 white lights. Yeah, very quick descent into the hole. Usually what we see with lifters who squat like that is when the brakes do start to come on, they come on about there, yeah, where it slows down. And that's where we'll see the breakdown as it gets heavier. But for now, that is a lovely opener. Angel Casara from Italy, 237.5 kilos for his opening attempt. A lot of power in that squat. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Well done. Coming up next, Bo Tron, Canada. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Bo. Opening at 240.
Bo Trong from Canada, opening 240 kilos. On prognosis in 4th, but quite a way off of the podium right now. Going to do his best to build that total and hope somebody slips up. Three white light is a good lift.
Canada. Next up, Jack Reynolds, USA, opening at 267.5.
Yeah, it's a nice squat.
The bar is loaded.
Jack Reynolds from the United States of America, the name on everybody's lips heading into this session. 267.5 kilos. Going to be fighting with Belak from Slovakia for that gold overall. We're going to see some big totals this morning. Coached by David Wilson. That is very, very easy. 3 white lights, a good lift. still 2 openers to go, just to show you the caliber of these sub-juniors this morning.
Opening at 275. The bar is loaded.
275 kilos for Jakub Belak from Slovakia. A strong contender for the world title. Looks very strong. I'm a little concerned about the depth.
No lift for Slovakia.
Yeah, and that is really worrying. He's going to have to match Johnson really on his jump. So the risk now, and we're only on the first lift, is, you know, the sensible thing to do in terms of getting on the board is retake it. But does he lose out on maybe 10, 15, 20 kilos by doing that? We'll have to wait and see. Dylan Johnson from the United States opening at 282.5 kilos, 7.5 kilos above his personal best, and 7.5 kilos below the world sub-junior squat record. Wow.
No lift for USA, unfortunately.
I don't know what to tell you. That is good news for Belak and bad news for Johnson. I was going to say I'm worried about the depth, but I'm worried about the strength. And I don't see a breakdown there, so I'm hoping he can come back. But those are the top 2 contenders. And I said it'd be hard to reach podium for somebody else, but right now it's unsure whether the top 2 contenders are going to get a squat on the board. We'll have to wait and see. Move through to second attempts, and Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, 217.5 kilos. Yeah, that's a nice second attempt there for Ludovico. Has a personal best of 255, so perhaps had an injury coming into this or moved down a weight class, but the weight's looking comfortable for him, and you know, that's really what you want to see up until your third attempt, preferably.
Let's go.
220 kilos for Hayden Brinkley from Australia, 12.5 kilo jump. And talk about depth. 3 white lights, a good lift for Hayden.
Next up, Gabriel of Brazil.
I would have had the surprise of my life if I saw a red there for depth. Let's have a look at that.
The bar is loaded. Let's go, Gabriel.
Gabriel Mbaka from Brazil, 230 kilos to match his personal best. Slow down in the middle there, but a good lift, 3 white lights.
Out next on the platform, Nico Salvonsari, Finland. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Nico.
Nico Salvansari from Finland, 235 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. Yeah, like I said, his opener was quite hard, opting to take a 5 kilo jump to his second. It's sensible to do. Take what you have on the day, not what the plan necessarily was. As we've seen some of the top fighters here not necessarily using that lesson wisely. Yeah, just too heavy. That opener really drained him. And you've got to wonder in these sorts of situations what the last warm-up looked like, and if it was a nerves thing or if it was something they just ignored. Mayo Lipkunski from Israel, 237.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. Yeah, and that's a nice second attempt. Been competing for less than 1 year. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next out on the platform, Aaron Yogananda from Australia. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Aaron. 240 kilos.
Aaron Yogananda from Australia jumps 15 kilos to 240, leaving him just 3 kilos below his personal best and sub-junior national record. Yeah, and to be expected, his opener was so easy. 3 white lights, a good lift. Looks like he'll be breaking the Australian sub-junior national record to take home with him on his third. Of course, at internationals, a lot of juniors and sub-juniors will break those national records. They can't chip them, you can only chip international records. 242.5 kilos for Dominic Gray from Great Britain. Momentarily we'll move him into squat bronze. Half a kilo below his personal best. It's a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. It's a good lift. A little bit scrappy on the way up, but it doesn't matter how you get it up as long as you do. There's a lot of power there. Slight slow down in the middle, but a big, strong pop at the top.
Let's go, Angel.
Angel Casara from Italy, 247.5 kilos. A 10 kilo jump. Moves him into squat silver for the time being, still with 5 lifters to take their second attempts. 2 of those lifters without a squat on the board yet. Three white lights, a good lift.
Well done. Next, Ilian Slotnikov, Israel. The bar is loaded. Let's go. Ilian's coming out for a 247.5 kilo squat.
Ilian Zlotnikov from Israel, 247.5 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener. Moves him into squat bronze for the time being, with Trong, Belak, Reynolds to follow. Yeah, still looking pretty comfortable. And 2-1, a good lift. Again, getting a depth call from that side referee.
Next up,
Have a look at that again in the replay. We can see here the side that the referee gave the depth call to, but should be safe with that.
The bar is loaded.
Now here's a lifter that may benefit from Belak and Johnson slipping up. Like I said, we have Bo Trung from Canada. Hold on, the jury are in discussion, it says.
Oh, good. Bo Trung, Canada.
All is good, the lift will remain a good lift. They just wanted to make sure that the correct name was on the board. Bo Trung from Canada, 252.5 kilos to move him into squat silver for the time being. And like I said, one of the lifters that might benefit from Belak and Johnson slipping up there if they aren't able to pull it back by their seconds or maybe even their thirds. Clips the rack a bit, and yeah,
No lift,
hard to know whether that jump was a bit too much or whether the clipping the rack affected him. Have a look again here. I do feel like it might have just been the jump, but watch again in the replay. I mean, getting that knocked out of position with that much weight on your back could definitely affect you. We'll have to wait for the thirds, but now Jakub Belak from Slovakia, 275 kilos. Unlike Johnson, the strength did look like it was there. It just wasn't deep enough. And he's still in contention for that fight, but really has opened the door for Jack Reynolds to steam ahead, especially if he misses this again. Needs to squat it a little bit deeper, opening just 5 kilos below his personal best. So always a little risky as he's been competing for 5 years. The depth looked a little bit better there, but was it good enough? No, it wasn't. Now, it can't be contested. There's no white lights there. Let's have a look again at the replay. Yeah, and it's just too high still. It's definitely better than his opener, but he still needs a couple more inches there. Now, one lifter who definitely benefits from that, Jack Reynolds from the United States, jumping 12.5 kilos to 280, leaving him 10 kilos off that world sub-junior squat record. This is a 4.5 kilo personal best on the platform for Jack. Three white lights, a good lift. All Jack needs to do is continue making his lifts. He is setting himself up really, really well, especially with Johnson and Belak falling behind now. Belak still has the strength to push through as long as he can reach depth. We don't know, but Dylan Johnson from the United States missed on what looked like a strength issue. And if I'm being completely honest, the depth was a bit sketchy before he tried to push up anyway. So Dylan Johnson from the United States, a couple of issues to fix here. 282.5, opening 7.5 kilos above his personal best. And as I said, below the world sub-junior squat record is risky anyway. Can he stand it up this time? He can, but like I said, I'm still worried about that depth. And again, just like Belak, still without a squat on the board, and they are both in danger now of being disqualified. He cut the depth in order to try and stand it back up, but as you can see here, Reynolds is leading with Kasara and Zlotnikov behind. Johnson and Belak without a squat on the board. That is going to really hurt them, even if they can get a squat on the board. We move through to third attempts now. Hayden Brinkley from Australia, 225 for his third and final attempt, and a new personal best. No, he really
Rolling
oversunk that, I
unfortunately for
think.
Australia. Next lifter out,
You can see that was
Ludovic
really, really
tackling
deep, but the
assembly.
trade-off, obviously, he couldn't stand
Italy
it up.
on
When we talk about depth, we're
227.5.
looking for the hip
The
crease to
bar is
be
loaded.
below parallel at the
Let's
top of
go
the knee joint.
Ludo.
So if it's parallel, not deep enough, and it's above, it's definitely not deep enough. 227.5 kilos for Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy. Like I said, below his best, but could easily have cut into a new weight class or be dealing with an injury. What a fantastic fight from Ludovico. A perfect third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. A great call there from Team Italy.
Next out, Nico Sauvalkari, Finland. 235 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Nico Salvansari
So
from
Nico, you
Finland,
got this.
235 kilos. Opener looked a little tough, got it on the board though. Went up 5 kilos and wasn't quite able to stand it up, so reattempting it now for his third. Tried to fight through it a little bit harder this time, but it's just too much on the bar for today.
Coming up next from Brazil, Gabriel Mbaque. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Gabriel.
235 kilos for Gabriel Mbaca from Brazil. For another new personal best. Fighting through it, what a grind. I'm a little bit worried about that depth though. Yeah, and 2 to 1, unfortunately. Like I said, it's not unusual to see lifters a little bit worried about the weight on the bar, and as a result, cutting that depth just above parallel there. Coach goes to the jury, but is sent away before he gets there. Dominic Gray from Great Britain, a 2.5 kilo jump to 245. I imagine to take that national record back with him. Like I said, those lifters who descend into the hole very quickly tend to run out of steam almost as quickly on the way up. So I think a 2.5 kilo jump is smart here. That is actually much better than his second looked. 3 white lights, a good lift, a new personal best, and a new national record to take home with him to boot.
Israel. The bar is loaded. Let's go now.
Mayor Lipkunski from Israel, 247.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to move him into squat silver for the time being, with Trung, Uganda, and Zlotnikov to follow. No, bar just rolled up his back there, so not in a position to push through that.
Next out on the platform, Bo Strong, Canada, and 255 kilos. And the bar is loaded. Let's go.
Bo Trung from Canada, 255 kilos, Missed 252.5 on his second, looking to move into squat silver. And like I said, with Belak and Johnson not having a squat on the board, he is a real contender for podium. Jack Reynolds, of course, running away with gold, but silver could be up for grabs. Oh, and it's so much better this time. He didn't hit the rack, and that made the world of difference. 2 white lights, a good lift, and moves into squat silver for the time being.
Next out, Australia's Aaron
Yogananda to follow with Zlotnikov, Kasara and Belak,
Let's go, Aaron.
all looking to take that silver away. To move into squat bronze, taking the same weight at a heavier body weight, Aaron Yogananda from Australia, 255 kilos, a 15 kilo jump, equal to the jump he made from his first to his second. His squats have looked really good. A 15 kilo jump again though is pretty big, so let's see how this moves. What a grind, look at that. Oh, and I really thought he was going to get through that, but yeah, another 15 kilo jump was a big ask.
Next out, Ilian Zlotnikov, Israel, 255. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Ilian.
255 kilos remains on the bar for Ilian Zlotnikov from Israel. This moves him to squat bronze for the time being, with Kasara and Belak to follow. This will move him ahead of Kasara, who will be lifting afterwards. Just a little bit too much. Stays in squat fourth.
We have 4 lifters to go. Next, Angel Casara of Italy. The bar is loaded.
Angel Casara from Italy, 260 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump for a 1 kilo personal best, and to move into squat silver for the time being. Of course, with Belak and Johnson yet to get a squat on the board. No, but still sits in squat bronze for the time being. As I said, Belak and Johnson to follow without a squat on the board yet. Now, both of them got their seconds standing, but both, again, still cut the depth. And that is a fixable issue, but squatting that's a couple extra inches, it makes it a harder squat, obviously. 2 really important squats to follow. Was in contention for gold. Getting this might just mean he's in contention for podium, but it means he's still in the competition. Jakub Belak from Slovakia, 275 to move him into squat silver, but keep him in the competition. Again, the weight both times moved pretty effortlessly. Harder on his second, as to be expected, but he needs to squat it deeper, and that naturally will make it harder. This is to stay in the competition and a fight for podium. It's definitely better than his second. Is it good enough? 2 to 1, a good lift. He stays in the competition. A little bit too much drama for this early in the morning. And that will remain a good lift. He's back in the competition. Can the same be said for Dylan Johnson from the United States? 282.5 kilos. Failed it on strength the first time, failed it on depth the second time. You've got to wonder what happened in those warm-ups for the coaches to allow him to come out like this. 282.5 kilos to stay in the competition, stay fighting for podium. And Dylan Johnson is disqualified from the competition. He can carry on lifting, he can fight for individual medals, but he cannot post a total.
Jack Reynolds, 290.5 kilos, which is a world sub-junior squat record. Current record is at 290.
And our final squat of the session, paced himself well, Jack Reynolds from the United States, jumping 10.5 kilos to chip the world sub-junior squat record. This is heavier than a lot of open lifters can squat in this weight class. 290.5 kilos for Jack Reynolds for a new world sub-junior squat record on his third attempt. Unfortunately, not there, and a few upsets here in this squat session. I think a lot of people would have thought Jack got that, but the travel and the cut, a lot goes into it. He's not been knocked out of that position in first, but does give Belak the opportunity to catch up. Has a huge deadlift. And concluding squats now, we have Trong from Canada in squat bronze at 255 kilos. In squat silver, Jakub Belak from Slovakia with 275, just getting it in on his third. And in squat gold, we have Jack Reynolds from the United States with 280 kilos. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before bench press, so don't go anywhere and we will see you then. Hello and welcome back to the 2024 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in St. Paul's Bay, Malta. I'm Amelia Potter and we're about to head into the bench press session. Let's just see a quick summary of the squats, as we had quite the dramatic session. We had, of course, Jakob Belak almost missing out on getting a squat in on the board. Of course, we had a lifter not being able to get a squat in on the board, who is disqualified now from the competition, really opening up it for Bo Trung and Angel Casara. Scott Gold, of course, went to Jack.
Let's go.
Bendengas Nagy from Hungary, 100 kilos to kick us off on bench press. Nice easy opener there for Bendengas, and a good lift, 3 white lights. And that was his personal best, so only up from here.
The bar is loaded, which is opening at 102.5.
Which Yitzayapong from Thailand, 102.5 kilos. Yes, as I mentioned before, Johnson, of course, without a squat in the board, can't compete overall. But can continue to lift if he chooses to and fight for individual medals. And that is a good lift, Witcher.
New Zealand, opening at 105. Bar is loaded.
.105 kilos for Jack Cullen from New Zealand. Handled there by head coach Jason Clark. 2 to 1, a good lift. He does get a yellow from the side referee. Have a look at that side angle to see if there's any sort of lift. Usually what the yellow from the side angle would be, you can see his glutes are very closely touching. Yeah, and there was some light there. Not sure if the jury would have seen that. It appears that it will remain a good lift for now. Philip Strand from Finland, 110 kilos. Two to one, a good lift. Gets a depth call from the center referee. Have a look at that on the replay. So we're looking for the elbow joint to be in line or below the shoulder joint.
Let's go, Gabriel.
And that will remain a good lift. Gabriel Chaparro from Peru, 110 kilos for his opening bench, 2.5 kilos below his personal best. Two to one, a good lift. Gets a yellow from the side referee. Again, usually if it's a yellow from the side referee, it's an indication that the butt might have lifted from the bench, so we'll have a look at that on the replay. No, I think he should be fine there. Wow. That's a no lift, and that feels a little unfortunate considering some of the lifts that didn't get overturned. But try that again on his second. Jun Yu Lim there from Singapore, 112.5 kilos, a matched personal best in its opener. Nice easy opener, 2-1, a good lift. Gets a depth call from one of the side referees. Usually a harder angle to see elbow depth from, so we'll have a look from the center, who can usually see it better. Yeah, and that looks good to me.
112.5.
Kevnak from New Zealand, 112.5 kilos. Super comfortable opener, plenty left in the tank there. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
New Zealand. Next, Ewan Harrison, Ireland. The bar is loaded. So Ewan, opening at
112.5 kilos for Ewan Harrison from Ireland. Very comfortable opener for Ewan, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
For Ewan. Next, from Great Britain, John Loye.
In a perfect world, there won't be too much to say about openers on any of the lists. We saw in squat that's not always the case, so I'm hoping it will be the case here in bench press.
Let's go.
Ayonla Oyinloye from Great Britain, opening on 127.5 kilos, 2.5 kilos above his personal best. And it's very easy, lots of progress clearly for Ayonla. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next, Johan Boshoff, South Africa. The bar is loaded. Johan is opening at 130.
Ewan Boshoff from South Africa, 130 kilos for his opening attempt. Another comfortable looking opener and a good lift.
For South Africa. Coming up next, Leo Bouchard, Belgium, opening at 132.5. The bar is loaded.
Leo Bouchard from Belgium, opening on 132.5 kilos. That is a good lift.
For Belgium. Last lifter in the group in this round, Miguel Benitez Dominguez of Spain, opening at 147.5. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Miguel.
Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain, 147.5 kilos, opening on his personal best. Had a really nice squat session, went 3 for 3, really technically efficient squatter. Let's see how his bench moves. Looked comfortable. Yeah, I was worried about the elbow depth there. I only really saw the left elbow from that angle. Have a look at it again from the center.
Coming up next, Hungary.
So as I said before, the elbow depth we're looking for is for the elbow joint to be parallel or below the middle of the shoulder joint.
The bar is loaded.
Coach isn't going to the jury, so I think he agrees with that decision.
Let's go.
Lindengas Nagy from Hungary, 105 kilos. Lovely second attempt there for Bendenguez. 2 to 1, a good lift. He has a yellow from the center referee, so I'm wondering if he jumped the command there. We'll have a look from that angle to see if there's any other. Although maybe it's because his head's off the bench there, actually.
Which is going for a 110 kilo second bench attempt.
The jury, I don't think have spotted that. I think they would have assumed it was for a jump command, so seems to be good. Which Yitzhapong from Thailand, 110 kilos.
Good lift for Thailand, 2 to 1. Next, Jack Cullen, New Zealand.
2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a yellow from the left side referee. We'll have a look at the side angle there to see if there's any sort of lift. Definite floaty, but we see... Never mind, the jury's overruled that to a no lift. Gonna hold my tongue next time before I say I think it'll be okay. 110 kilos for Jack Cullen from New Zealand, a 5 kilo jump from his opener. Blue white lights, a good lift.
Next, Gabriel Chaparro, Peru. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Gabriel, 112.5.
Now, Gabriel Chaparro from Peru missed his opener on elbow depth, looking to retake it here. Jumped 2.5 kilos anyway. No, I don't think it was an elbow depth. I think he had his glute lifted off the bench and was overruled by the jury. Still gets a yellow from the far side referee, yep, for the lifting. So we'll have a look from that side angle. He wasn't safe the first time, so let's hope he is this time.
Going for 117.5.
And it's been overruled again.
The previous lift, no lift.
Again, another lift in a really sticky situation for their third attempt. Philip Strand from Finland, 117.5 kilos. He did get 1 red for elbow depth on his opener, but it remained a good lift, so hopefully okay for this one as well.
Good lift for Finland, 2-1. Next,
2-1, a good lift. Still getting tactical from the center referee, so we'll look
Singapore.
again here
The bar is
in the
loaded.
replay. I think he should be okay with that.
120
I've been wrong
kilos.
before, but it looks like the jury
The second
aren't touching it.
lunge.
120 kilos for Jian Yu Lim from Singapore, a 7.5 kilo jump to his second.
Good
Few white lights, a
for
good lift, a nice
Singapore.
moving second attempt there.
Next out, Kevnak, New Zealand. The bar is loaded.
Let's go, Kev! Kev, forward! Let's go!
7.5 kilo jump for Kev Nak from New Zealand to 120 for his second attempt.
Go, Kev! Let's go! Brother! High!
Still moving really well. 3 white
Good
lights.
lift for New Zealand. Next out, Ewan Harrison, Ireland. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Ewan. 120 kilos.
Ewan Harrison from Ireland, 120 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Just needs to get that start command before the time runs out. A little bit shaky, but manages to get it up. And it is a good
for
lift.
Ireland. Well done, Ewan.
I think the timing down of the clock there,
Good
perhaps
lift
a bit of
and
a
Ayonla
nerve-inducing
and 135
situation,
kilos.
which might have impacted him.
Bar is loaded. Let's go.
Ayonla Oyinloye from Great Britain, 135 kilos, opened on a personal best. This is to extend that by 7.5 kilos. Yeah, and it's still really comfortable. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Great Britain. Next up, Ewan Borshoff, South Africa. The bar is loaded. Come on, Ewan.
Kilo jump for Ewan Boshoff from South Africa to 140. Moves into bench press gold for the time being, of course, with third attempts to come and the second flight of lifters. So that is subject to change. This is 2.5 kilos below his personal best.
Nice
3 white
and
lights, a
easy.
good
3
lift.
white lights for South Africa. Next, Leo Bouchot. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Leo. 140 kilos.
Leo Bouchot from Belgium taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 140. Our penultimate second attempt of this first flight. is to match his personal best. As a nice second attempt and a good lift.
For Belgium. Last lifter in this round, Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain. The bar is loaded. Wow, 147.5.
Now, Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain retaking 147.5 kilos. Got 2-1 a no lift on his first attempt due to elbow depth. See if you can sink that elbow a little bit further this time round. It's hard to adjust your form on the day, but it's needed in this situation. And I'm not sure if he did adjust it there or not. No, gets a call for elbow depth, and I think as well for either jumping a command. Yeah, it looks like it would have been jumping the command. His head is on the bench, which puts him in a very sticky situation, just like Chaparro. We head through to the third round of bench now with Chaparro and Benitez Dominguez, not with a bench on the board yet. Bichot leading, followed by Boshoff and Oyinloye. 110 kilos for Bedenguez, Nagy from Hungary. Very new personal best. Three white lights, a good lift, and I think a very well called third attempt. Bench press is a lot harder to grind through for a lot of people than squat or deadlift. See the referee poking his head in there, making sure the elbow depth is there. Wichya Yitzhayapong from Thailand didn't get 110 on his second, looking to move up for a personal best on his third for 112.5. Three white lights, a good lift.
Next up, Gabriel Chaparro.
Manages to pull it back after missing out on his second.
Let's go, Gabriel.
Now, Gabriel Chaparro from Peru needs this to be able to post a total. Another lifter at risk of not getting a lift on the board during one of the disciplines. Just needs to keep those glutes down on the bench. Looks like he removed some leg drive there, so hopefully not in danger. There we go, three white lights, a good lift, and is safe to continue building his total.
Of New Zealand going for 115 kilos.
Yeah, literally no leg drive there, and that's sometimes what the issue is. With so much tension in your body, you start to put leg drive into it and you don't even feel your glutes lift up. Jack Cullen from New Zealand taking a 5 kilo jump for a new personal best of 115. No, just Struggled off
Going
the chest
for
there.
New Zealand, unfortunately.
Not sure if he went to jump the command or if it was too
Next
heavy.
is
It's
from
actually quite hard to
Finland,
tell.
122.5. The bar is loaded.
Yeah, I think it was just too heavy.
Kom igen, Philip.
Philip Strand from Finland jumping to 122.5 kilos for a new personal best. What a grind from Strand. It is a good lift. Phenomenal effort there.
Johan Harrison up next from Ireland. The bar is loaded. 4 attempts to go to change any openers.
7 attempts left before we move through to the next flight of lifters. Ewan Harrison from Ireland taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 122.5 to match his personal best. Seems like a good call here. Second was looking a little tough, feeling like he's at his top end here. That moves so much better than the second.
Good lift for Ireland.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Next lifter, Junju Lim of Singapore.
A mixture of annoyance and joy from his coach there.
Good. Bar is loaded.
125 kilos for Junju Lim from Singapore for a new personal best. I think they're just telling him to make sure his head is on the bench this time round. He sets up quite high. You can see his head, even there, is a little bit off the bench, and the jury are pointing at him. But if he's not finished setting up yet, well, he is. So he might be told to re-rack. Oh, okay. He gets the start command.
It is a good lift
And
for
3 white lights, a
Singapore.
good lift.
Next out, Kev Knack, New Zealand. The bar is
I think he
loaded.
got quite lucky there. Maybe his head was on the bench just enough.
125 kilos.
125 kilos for Kev Knack from New Zealand to match his personal best. Beautiful third attempt there. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Well done, Kev. It's a good lift. Next out,
Very
we have
technically
Ayota
efficient
Oyinloye
bench.
of Great Britain. The bar is loaded. 1 more attempt to change openers.
140 kilos for Ayonla Oyinloye from Great Britain for yet another personal best should he make this. Has extended his bench PB by quite a way already. And it's more work, but it is his third attempt. And 2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a yellow from the centre referee. Again, not too sure what that's for. Maybe a skipped command.
147.5.
Can't see any other infractions there, so
The bar is loaded.
it will remain a good lift. Leo Bachot from Belgium, 147.5 kilos for his third and final attempt. So it'd be for a 7.5 kilo personal best. Whoa, a huge push from Leo, but just his left arm wouldn't play
What
ball.
a fight. No lift, unfortunately, for Belgium. Second to last lifter in the group, Miguel Benitez Dominguez. The bar is loaded for Spain with 147.5.
Now this is a really important bench press. Miguel Benitez Dominguez has managed to lock out on bench the first two attempts of 147.5, but called on depth both times.
He needs to get this lift now.
He needs this to be able to post a total and continue to compete in the competition. And has he altered that enough? 3 white lights, a good lift, just in the nick of time.
Last lifter in the group.
It would have been such a shame after such a great squat session for him.
150
Yeah, definitely
kilos.
lower
The
than his
bar
first
is
two.
loaded. Come on, Ewan.
Another equal 10 kilo jump here for Ewan Boshoff from South Africa to 150 for a 7.5 kilo PB. Huge fight from Ewan. No, unfortunately just 10 kilos more was
What a fight. No lift,
too
unfortunately,
ambitious.
for South Africa. We are going
Seeing a
to
10 and
the
then 10
second
jump
group
on bench
of
is
South
pretty
Juniors
unusual for
minus
that reason.
Starting with Maui
The only time I'd
from
expect to see
Spain,
that really is in
from
the
Israel, and
open heavier weight classes.
122.5 kilo opener.
That concludes
The
our
bar
bench
is
press for the
loaded.
first flight of lifters. Boshoff currently in bronze on body weight behind Bashir, and Benitez Dominguez just with his last attempt in there in gold. But we head through to the next flight of lifters, so that is subject to change with the openers. We have 5 openers above that gold position currently. Mayor Lipkunski from Israel, 122.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Good lift for Israel.
That is a good
Next
lift, 3
out,
white lights.
Dominic, Great Britain. 130 kilo opener. The bar is loaded.
Dominic Gray from Great Britain opening on 130 kilos. Coach just telling the spotters he would like a handout, as sometimes it's easy to forget as you go on that the spotters don't know whether you do or don't want one. This is 10 kilos below his personal best. Yeah, that's lovely and easy. Good lift.
For Great Britain. Next out, Ludovico Tagliaferri of Italy. The bar is loaded.
Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy opening on 130 kilos. 30 kilos below his personal best, so hopefully comfortable. I remember his squat opener was quite a way down from his best, so again, perhaps a new weight class for him. Perhaps he took a break from powerlifting. But that is very easy, so that checks out. 2 to 1, a good lift.
Italy, 2 to 1.
Gets a depth call from the side referee for elbow depth. Have a look at that again from the center angle where it's a little easier to tell. A bit wonky on the bench there, but it's hard. There's a fine line between being wonky on the bench and not reaching elbow depth. Not necessarily the same thing. Gabriel Mbaka from Brazil, 130 kilos. And that is a good lift.
For Brazil. Next from Australia, Aram Yogananda. Opening at 135. The bar is loaded.
Aaron Yogananda from Australia, 135 kilos, opening 10 kilos above his personal best. Had a great squat session. His opener and squat was extremely easy, so I can only imagine a similar case here. Even though it is 10 kilos above his best, I feel confident in that. Yeah, and as expected, really nice and easy. And a good lift.
Good lift for Australia. Next up, Hayden Brinkley, Australia. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Hayden.
135 kilos for Hayden Brinkley from Australia. 5.5 kilos below his personal best. What I imagine to be a sub-junior national record in Australia. Yeah, barely registered there. Very, very easy and a good lift.
For Australia. Next out, Bo Tron, Canada. The bar is loaded. Let's go. Bo is opening at 142.5 kilo.
142.5 kilos for Bo Trung from Canada. With Johnson not getting a squat on the board, is in a really strong position for that bronze overall. All he can do is continue to build and get as many kilos as he can. Dominic Gray will try and push for that, but Trung in the best position for the overall podium for now. That is a good lift, really white lights.
Coming up next, Andre Casara, Italy. Opening at 147.5.
Angel Casara from Italy, 147.5 kilos
Bar is loaded.
for his opening attempt. Two and a half kilos above his personal best. The weight looked very comfortable. I'm going to wait for the lights there. Three white lights, a good lift.
Italy. Next up, Mikko Salvansari, Finland. Opening at 150. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Nico.
150 kilos for Nico Salvansari from Finland. One of 5 lifters who changed their opening attempts before bench press. opening on his personal best. Wow. And not for long. 3 white lights, a good lift, and could definitely fight for a bench press medal.
Next out, Lotnikov, Israel.
I don't know what's in the water in
The
Finland,
bar
but
is
they
loaded.
produce a lot of good bench presses.
Let's go, Ilya.
Ilyan Zlotnikov from Israel, taking 152.5 kilos. Nice, easy opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Israel. Next, Dylan Johnson, USA, opening at 155. Bar is loaded. Let's go, Dylan.
Dylan Johnson from the United States, coming out for 155 kilos. Nice to see him continue lifting and take that experience that he can pick up here. He still has another year left in the sub-juniors, so this is valuable international experience, but he cannot post a total. He can, however, fight for individual medals, so perhaps looking for a bench press medal here. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there. He went to touch on his chest and it just slipped towards his face, and he is not having a good day today. Have a look at that on the replay. Gets to his touching point, and then it just slips down towards his face. A great catch from the spotters. That could have been much, much worse. 160 kilos for Jakub Belak from Slovakia. 2.5 kilos below his personal best. Still in a great chance to fight for that overall. He's not a million miles behind Jack Reynolds, so we'll have to wait and see. And 3 white lights, a good lift, a much smoother start to bench press than he had for squats.
From USA, Jack Reynolds, opening with a world record attempt. How about that? 183 kilos on the bar. Current record is at 171.
Now opening on a World Sub-Junior bench press record, Jack Reynolds from the United States, 2.5 kilos above his bench press PB as well, 183 kilos on his opening attempt. The current World Sub-Junior record stands at 171, so not just chipping it, but extending it by 12 kilos on his opening attempt here. Little bit of work, but it moves well, and a good lift, 3 white lights, and a new World Sub-Junior bench press record extended by 12 kilos on his opening attempt. That concludes our opening bench press. In bronze currently, Zlotnikov from Israel with 152, Belak from Slovakia with 160, and with a new record, Reynolds from America with 183. Mayor Lipkunsky from Israel taking 127.5 for his second attempt. It was a big fight, but manages to lock it out. 3 white lights.
For Israel. Next, Dominic Gray of Great Britain. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Dominic. We have 137.5 kilos on the bar.
Dominic Gray from Great Britain, 137.5 kilos. Currently on prognosis in 4th behind Trung from Canada, so looking to get every kilo he can in case Trong slips up to fight for podium.
It is a
That is a
lift
good
for
lift, 3 white
Britain.
lights.
Out next, Ludovico Tagliaferri.
Have a look at that again in the
of
replay.
Italy. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Italy.
Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, jumping 10 kilos to 140. Very easy opener. Yeah, lovely second attempt for Ludovico. A good lift.
Good lift for Italy. Coming up next, Gabriel Mbaker, Brazil. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Gabriel.
Gabriel Mbaka from Brazil, 140 kilos for his second attempt, 5 kilos below his personal best. Wow, still moving so easily.
It is
And a
a
good
lift
lift.
for Brazil. Next out, Aaron Yogananda of Australia. The bar is loaded. Let's
Aaron
go,
Yogananda from Australia, 142.5 kilos for his second attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump. Already opened on a personal best, looking to extend that by another 7.5 kilos. I imagine on track for a big total PB at the end of the day. Still moving well, it is a good
for
lift.
Australia. Well done. Next up, Hayden Brinkley, Australia. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Hayden.
Fellow Australian lifter Hayden Brinkley now,
Looks like a personal
142.5
record.
kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump for a 2 kilo personal best.
It looked
Plenty
easy.
left in the tank.
Good
3 white
lift
lights.
for Australia. Next up, Bo Trong, Canada. We're loading up the bar with 150 kilos.
For a lot of lifters, bench press is usually just where you can pick up a few extra kilos. Unless you're a bench press specialist, it's really where you just want to gather 3 successful lifts before hitting onto deadlifts. Bo Trong from Canada, 150 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump. Perfect example of an athlete who wants to rack up as many kilos as he can. Now he's in a position to fight for podium. Locks it out slowly, looking like he's getting to his top end here. 2 to 1, a good lift, gets a yellow from the side referee. Have a look at that side angle there to see if there's any sort of lifting.
The bar is loaded. Let's go
And
under.
the jury has overruled that to a
Jury
no
has
lift.
overruled the previous lift.
Like I said, Trong needs to do his best to keep the kilos up to try and keep Dominic away from that bronze. Angelo Casara from Italy, 152.5 kilos to move him into bench press bronze for the time being, with 5 lifters still to take their second attempts. Well, that is a tough grind for Casara. Manages to lock it out. It is a good lift. Not sure how much is left in the tank now, though.
Coming up next at 155 for the second try is Dylan Johnson, USA. The bar is loaded. Make some noise for Dylan Johnson.
Now, Dylan Johnson of the United States, currently 0 for 4. Let's hope he can make his first lift of the competition, 155 kilos. Just touched on the chest and slipped back towards his face on his opener, so didn't get a chance to see how the weight moved for him. His personal best is 175. Yeah, there we go. Not too sure what happened on that opener, perhaps a little bit of nerves. 2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a depth call from the right-hand side referee. So we'll have a look at the replay here.
The bar is loaded. Let's go, Nico.
Oh, the jury has overruled that to a no lift. Dylan Johnson is still without 1 lift on the board. Nico Servansari from Finland, 157.5 to move into bench press bronze before Slotnikov lifts after.
Good lift for Finland.
And that is a good lift.
Next out, Ilya Slotnikov, Israel. The bar is loaded.
Ilya Slotnikov now from Israel, 160 kilos. This moves him into bench press silver for the time being. Ahead of Belak, who is to follow, knocking Selvansari off of the bench press podium, heading into third attempts.
It is a good lift for Israel. Next out, Jakub Belak, Slovakia.
That is a good lift. 3 white lights. Moves into bench press silver
The bar is
on
loaded.
body weight ahead of Belak. Belak to take his second attempt now to move back into silver medal position. 165 kilos. Our penultimate second attempt. And that is a lovely second attempt, reaching his top end there, but it's looking good. 3 white lights, a good lift, and moves back into bench press silver. Gold, of course, already secured by Reynolds. And he's only going to make that more out of reach. Jack Reynolds from the United States of America already extended the record on his opener by 12 kilos, looking to add another 7.5 kilos to that now. 190.5 for a new world sub-junior bench press record on his second attempt, extending it from his first. Wow, and that is so strong.
Well done.
3 white lights, a good lift, and extends his own sub-junior world record on bench.
We're going into round 3 of the bench. Mauri Lipkunski starting that with 130 kilos.
And that concludes our second round of bench, with Reynolds leading with a new world record with 190.5. Belak with 165 in silver, and Zlotnikov in bronze. We head through to the third attempts now. Kicking us off, we have Mayor Lipkunski from Israel, 130 kilos. Big fight, but just too much on the bar today for Mayor.
No lift for Israel, unfortunately. Next out, Dominic Gray of Great Britain. We're loading up the bar with 142.5. And the bar is loaded.
Dominic Gray from Great Britain now, 142.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump for a new personal best, and trying to rack up as many kilos as he can behind Trong. A perfect third attempt there from Dominic. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Dominic. Ludovic Tagliaferri, Italy, going for 145 kilos. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Ludo.
Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, 145 kilos. What a grind from Tagliaferri. Huge effort, and it is rewarded. 3 white lights.
Aaron Yogananda of Australia coming out next for 147.5 kilos. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Aaron.
Aaron Yogananda from Australia, 147.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump for another PB. Oh, and that is lovely. Phenomenal bench press and squat session for Aaron. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next up, Hayden Brinkley, Australia. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Hayden.
$147.5 kilos for Hayden Brinkley from Australia. 5 kilo jump.
You made it look easy.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Next, Boton from Canada. Going for 150. The bar is loaded. Cheers for Bo.
Just 8 benches remaining. First, we have Bo Trung from Canada looking to retake 150. Like I said, Gray getting awfully close to him. And should he miss this, they will land neck and neck heading into deadlifts. Gray is lighter than Strong, so he needs to have that slight lead heading into deadlifts. Oh, and that looks much better this time round. 3 white lights, a good lift, and stays ahead of Gray heading into deadlifts. With a slightly lower deadlift opener, that will be needed.
Brazil coming out. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Gabriel.
Gabriel Mbaka from Brazil, 150 kilos for a 5 kilo personal best. Unfortunately, as he pressed there, it just started pushing forwards, and it's a really difficult position to get out of. You can see here, if we have a look at the replay, presses up, but instead of going backwards, it goes forwards. Yeah, that is just too hard to push from.
Let's hear it for Italy and Angel Casara.
Angel Casara from Italy, 155 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump. Yeah, we thought he was getting towards his top end on that second. Taking the smallest jump he can proves that, but looking to get a couple extra kilos if possible. Oh, and that is a perfect call. What a phenomenal last attempt. 2-1, a good lift. Does get a depth call from the center referee, so we'll have a look at that again in the replay.
The bar is loaded.
Unfortunately, the jury has overruled that to a no lift.
No lift for Italy.
Now, Dylan Johnson from the United States, still without a successful lift on the board. Got overruled by the jury on his second attempt after missing it on his first. And again, the weight looks good, I'm hoping. 2-1, a good lift. Still gets a depth call from that side referee. I'll hold my breath for the jury to look at that replay as we do as well.
165 kilos. The bar is loaded.
For now though, Ilyan Slotnikov from Israel, 165 kilos. And the jury has overruled Johnson's to another no lift. He is 0 for 6 right now.
No lift.
That is quite unheard of. Ilyan Zlotnikov now 165 to move into bench press silver for the time being. And that is a good lift. He has secured at the very least bench press bronze, as he is lighter than Nico Silvansari.
Coming out next. The bar is loaded. Let's make some noise for Nico from Finland. Let's go.
Nico Silvansari now 165 kilos. This will move him into bronze medal position ahead of Belak, who is to follow. Lovely looking third there from Nico, but unfortunately a no lift.
for
2
female,
yellows from each side,
unfortunately.
which
2 red lights there from the side.
will probably mean that his glutes came off of the bench. We'll have a
Jack
look at the
coming out
replay.
for 167.5, and the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Kuba from the Slovakia.
Jakub Belak from Slovakia looking to move back and do bench press silver ahead of Zlotnikov. $167.5 kilos, also looking to gain those extra couple of kilos he can, heading into deadlifts. What a grind from Belak. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Last lifter in this session, Jack Reynolds. Once again, going for a world record attempt. He already has it. Will he now extend it by 5 kilos? The bar is loaded.
Our
for
final
Jack
bench press of the
Reynolds,
session,
USA.
Jack Reynolds, United States of America, looking to further extend his sub-junior bench press record to 195.5. The junior record stands at 205.5, broken last year by Andrea Orlandi from Italy. Getting very close to that junior record, with still another year left in the sub-juniors. A perfect third attempt and further extends his world sub-junior bench press record. 3 white lights, a good lift. And he has moved that record up 24.5 kilos this morning. Absolutely incredible. Now, a summary of that bench press session. Zlotnikov from Israel walking away with bench press bronze. In silver, we have Jakub Belak from Slovakia walking away with silver with 167.5 kilos. And extending the sub-junior bench press world record by quite a significant way, Jack Reynolds from the United States in bench press gold with 195.5 kilos. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before deadlifts. See you there. Hello and
category
welcome
is
back to the
Jack
2024
Cullen of New
IPF
Zealand.
World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in St. Paul's Bay, Malta. What a drama-filled
And
morning
he is
we've had so
opening
far with
at
the Sub-Junior
195.
83s. Just a quick summary here of the subtotals as we head into deadlifts. Reynolds leading ahead of Belak. It'll be pulled a little bit closer as they have their deadlift openers, and then Zlotnikov currently in bronze,
The bar
Trong and
is
Kasara
loaded.
just
Let's
off,
hear it
but
for
Gray
Jack from New
has a big
Zealand.
deadlift, so we'll be fighting for that bronze as well. Kicking us off, we have Jack Cullen from New Zealand, 195 kilos.
Nice and easy. Good lift for New Zealand.
3 white lights, a good lift and secures his total.
Osho, South Africa, opening at 220. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for you, Will.
Ewan Boshoff from South Africa, 220 kilos.
Good lift for South
That is
Africa.
a good lift, 3 white lights.
Next up, Junyu Lim, Singapore. Let's give the bar a little brush there before we continue. And the bar is loaded.
Jun
Let's
Yu
hear it
Lim from
for
Singapore,
Jun Yu
220
Lim of
kilos
Singapore,
for his opening deadlift.
opening at 220.
Opening 7.5 kilos below his personal best.
Nice and easy. Good lift
3 white lights,
for
a good
Singapore.
lift.
Next out, Kevmoni Nak of New Zealand. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Kev. Opening at 220.
Kev Knack from New Zealand, opening on 220 kilos. This opening attempt will give him a 10 kilo total PB. And that is a good lift.
For New Zealand. Coming out next, Gabriel Chaparro. The bar is loaded. Gabriel from Peru is opening at 220.
Gabriel Chaparro from Peru, 220 kilos. Nice conservative opener, has a personal best of 242.5. And that is a good lift.
Good lift for Peru. Next lifter out, Miguel Benitez Dominguez of Spain, opening at 225. The bar is loaded.
Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain, 225 kilos. Just got his last opener in on bench. Stopped him from being disqualified. Looking to secure his total now.
Nice
3
and
white lights, a
easy.
good lift. A
Good
much
lift.
safer start to deadlift than he did at the bench.
Ayola Oyinloye, Great Britain. The bar is loaded.
Ayola Oyinloye from Great Britain, 230 kilos for his opening deadlift. His opening attempt would already beat his best total. Wow. And looking easy, it's a good lift.
Next lifter out on the platform, Ewan Harrison of Ireland. The bar is loaded. Serve for Ewan.
230 kilos for Ewan Harrison from Ireland. Two to one, a good lift. Far side referee just not quite happy with the lockout position. Have a look at that from the replay.
Opening at 237.5.
Jury seem happy with that. It will remain as a good lift. Yitzhayapong from Thailand coming out for 237.5 kilos, just 2.5 kilos below his personal best for his opening attempt. This would also give him a 7.5 kilo total PB on his opener, seeing this from a lot of the lifters in this flight. Very snappy deadlift. Three white lights, a good lift.
For Thailand. Coming up next, Leo Bushor, Belgium. The bar is loaded.
Yeah, straightens his leg really quickly, so quite interesting technique there. 237.5 kilos for Leo Bushor from Belgium. Nice easy opener for Leo. Three white lights, a good lift.
Out next, Vertigus Nagy of Hungary. Opening at 255.
Two more opening attempts before we head through to our second round of deadlifts in this first flight of sub-junior 83s. Vertigus Nagy from Hungary, 255 kilos. Good patience off the ground there. And a good lift.
Good lift for Hungary. Last lifter in the round, Filip Strand, Finland. Opening at 260. The bar is loaded. Kom igen, Filip.
260 kilos for Filip Strand from Finland, the heaviest opener of this first flight. 30.5 kilos below the sub-junior deadlift record. That is a good lift. 3 white lights. Not sure there's another 31 kilos in there, but very strong opener.
New Zealand. Jack is doing his second attempt, that's 210.
Jack Cullen from New Zealand. We move into our second round of deadlifts now. 15 kilo jump for Jack. Three white lights, a good lift.
Good lift for New Zealand. Next out, Kev Nack, also New Zealand, with 230 kilos. The bar is loaded.
230 kilos for Kev Nack from New Zealand to match his personal best on deadlift to further extend his total PB. Still moving really easily there. 3 white lights and a good lift.
For New Zealand. Next, Junju Lim of Singapore, 235 kilos.
Jun Yu Lim from Singapore jumping 15 kilos to 235 for his second attempt.
The bar is loaded.
This would be a 7.5 kilo PB should he make this. Exhibits great patience off the ground and was rewarded with a nice snappy lockout.
For Singapore. Coming up next, Gabriel
It's a good lift.
Chaparro of Peru. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Gabriel.
A 15 kilo jump for Gabriel Chaparro from Peru to 235. Two to one, a good lift. Still getting that red for insufficient lockout from that Saudi referee. Have a look at that again in the replay.
Loading up the bar with 240.
I can definitely see where the referee's coming from, but I think it looks okay. Ewan Boshoff from South Africa taking a 20 kilo jump to 240 for his second attempt. A big jump here. 5 kilos over his deadlift PB. Three white lights, a good lift.
For South Africa. Next up, Miguel Benitez Dominguez of Spain. Same weight for the bar. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Miguel.
Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain now taking a 15 kilo jump to 240. That is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Spain. Well done. Johan Harrison coming out for a 247.5. This is the second round
Moving
of
very quickly through deadlifts,
deadlifts.
remembering that there is a second flight of lifters to follow. 17.5 kilo jump for Ewan Harrison from Ireland. Team Ireland just asking for the bar to be brushed down. Can be asked for at any point during deadlifts before your lifter goes on. It will be done automatically in between third attempts anyway.
The bar is loaded for Ewan Harrison, Ireland. Let's make some noise for him.
A little bit of a tough time at lockout, but managed to do so.
No
But unfortunately
lift
not
for
to the
Ireland.
standards
Two
the
red
centre
flags
and
there.
far side referee are happy with.
Next
Have a look at that
lifter,
again on the replay. The
Ayota
coach goes to the
Oyinloye,
jury.
Great Britain. The bar is loaded. Let's go.
In the meantime, Ayonla Oyinloye from Great Britain, 250 kilos, a 20 kilo jump. And Harrison's lift has been overruled to a good lift.
It was a good lift.
Another very easy deadlift for Oyinloye. 3 white lights, a
Julia
good
for Great
lift.
Britain.
Coming for something big today on his third.
Next up, Wichai Itsayapong of Thailand.
Yitzhayapong from Thailand, 252.5 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
Bar is loaded. Let's go,
This will be a
Wichai.
12.5 kilo personal best should he make this. Still moving very quickly. A good lift, 3 white lights, a new personal best.
Coming out next, Leo Bouchard, Belgium. And 255 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Leo Bouchou from Belgium jumping to 255 kilos to match his personal best. 17.5 kilo jump from his opener. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. We're going to see the deadlift and total ranking jumping around quite a lot, but it's important to remember we have got that next flight of lifters yet to come.
The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Bendengas Nagy from Hungary, 270
You got
kilos,
this.
15 kilo jump from his opener, a 5 kilo personal best. No, just too much of a
No
jump for Nagy,
lift
unfortunately.
400.
I'm not sure that's something you can come back
Up
for
next,
on your
Filip
third attempt.
Strand of
Bit too
Finland,
much of an ambitious jump. It
272.5
was our first
kilos.
missed lift of the flight, and it took until the penultimate second attempt, so it's a little
The
rarer to
bar
see these
is
days.
loaded. Let's make some noise for Filip Strand.
272.5 kilos for Philip Strand from Finland. 12.5 kilo jump for a 10 kilo personal best. Our final second attempt before we head through to the third and final round of deadlifts for this first flight.
Kom igen Filip!
Oh, just getting stuck at that lockout position. No, unfortunately, again, another jump that was just a bit too ambitious.
But you have one more attempt.
Has one more try of it and maybe can grind through it one more time, but would have emptied the tank quite a lot there.
Of New Zealand.
And that concludes our second attempt. We head through now to the
Jack
third
is going for
round of
215
deadlifts in this first flight of
deadlift.
83 sub-juniors. Kicking us off, we have Jack Cullen from New Zealand with 215. The bar is to be brushed down between each of these individual third attempts to give the lifters the best opportunity they can to get this.
The bar is loaded.
And the bar is loaded for Jack Cullen
New Zealand.
from New Zealand.
Let's hear it for him.
215 kilos. Fantastic third attempt from Cullen. And a good lift,
Good
3
lift
white lights.
For New Zealand, well done. Next out, also from New Zealand, Kev Nack, going for a 240 deadlift.
A lifter who's had a phenomenal day so far, PBing every lift and his total. Kev Nack from New Zealand, jumping a further 10 kilos to 240 for his final attempt of the day.
The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Kev Nack of New Zealand. Let's go.
Tipped a little bit at the top there, but I'm wondering if he'll be okay if he got the down command. He
It
did.
is a good lift
3
from
white
New
lights, a
Zealand.
good lift.
Well done.
Phenomenal day of
John
lifting for
Newland
Kev.
from Singapore coming up next for a 245 kilo third attempt.
Janet Yu Lim from Singapore taking a 10 kilo jump from his second to 245. The second did still move well, with his legs straightening quite quickly. I imagine it's the type of style that fails quite quickly if the weight is too heavy. So interested to see what this 10 kilo jump looks like on him for a new personal best. Oh, phenomenal job there from Lim. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Singapore, well done.
I've just seen as well that
Next
Dylan
up,
Johnson from the United States in the next flight has dropped his opener to 75 kilos, so either really scared by not getting a lift in and just wants to make sure the opener is in, or perhaps just coming out for that opener and tapping out. We'll have to wait and see. For now we have Gabriel Chaparro from Peru, 245 kilos. 10-kilo jump from his second for a new personal best of 2.5 kilos on his deadlift. Just too much today.
Not today, but a good attempt for Gabriel. Next up, Johan Borsov, South Africa. 250 kilo. The
8
bar
lifts remaining in
loaded.
this first flight before we head through to the second flight of 83s. Ewan Boshoff from South Africa, 250 kilos for his third and final attempt, a 10-kilo jump for a new deadlift PB. What a grind from Ewan. Can he lock it out? Though he is so close. Oh my goodness, he is still fighting to get his hips through. What a shame. What a phenomenal effort. But a no lift. Couldn't quite get the hips through.
From Spain. Four more attempts to change openers, and the bar is loaded for
Miguel Benitez Dominguez from Spain, 252.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from his second for a 10 kilo PB. Again, just getting stuck at lockout, so close, but just not there.
Well done today, though. Next, Ewan Harrison, Ireland, and we have 3 more attempts to make any changes for the next group. We will have 252.5 kilos on the bar, and the bar is loaded for Ewan Harrison.
Ewan Harrison from Ireland taking a 5 kilo jump to 252.5 for his third and final deadlift of the day. For a 577.5 total, or matches total PB. What a great grind. Manages to lock it out. But I'm worried about the bar dipping a little bit there. Yeah, a blue for the bar dipping and 2 for insufficient lockout, but a great effort. Yeah, you can see the bar dip just there and then not fully locked out at the shoulders.
And we have 2 more attempts to make changes.
Wicha Yitzhayapong from Thailand now for his third and final attempt.
The bar is loaded for Wicha from Thailand.
Taking a 10 kilo jump to 262.5 kilos for a new personal best on deadlift and total.
It was a good lift for Thailand.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Next lifter, Ayonla Oyeloye of Great Britain. 1 more attempt to make changes. Let's go.
Ayonla
Let's see it
Oyinloye from Great Britain.
Ayonla from Great
265 kilos, a
265
15
kilos.
kilo jump for a huge personal best on deadlift and total. So give him a 650 total.
Looks pretty good to me.
Very
Yes,
good
a
end to the
lift.
day for
Well
Ayonla.
done.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Next lifter out, Leo of Belgium.
Three deadlifts remaining, until we head through to the next flight.
No more changes.
See who's going to walk away 83 kilo sub-junior world champion. Leo Bachot from Belgium, 265 kilos.
No lift for Belgium.
Unfortunately, not there today.
Well done for today. You have done amazing. We have 2 more lifters in this round. Coming up next from Hungary, Benton Nagy, and he is going for 270 kilos.
Bendenges Nagy from Hungary, now retaking 270 kilos. Missed on his second, looks like a strength issue, so it'll be hard to come back from that. But let's see if he can. This would be a 5 kilo personal best if you can get it moving this go.
It was too heavy for today, but
Yeah, just too much an ambitious jump for
last lifter
them there.
in this round from Finland, Filip Strand, re-attempting 272.5 kilos.
Our final lifter of this first flight, Filip Strand from Finland.
The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Filip Strand of Finland. Let's go!
The bar is loaded with 272.5. Narrowly missed out on this on his second. Does he have the energy left to pull it once more and lock it out properly? No, it seems like his energy was just tanked the first time round.
Well done for today. We are going into the second group of the -83 sub-juniors, and we're starting with Dylan Johnson from USA.
And that concludes our first round of lifters. Oyinloye leading the deadlifts currently, followed by Yitsa Yapong and Strand, subject to change as the openers come in from the next flight of 83s. Out first now, Dylan Johnson from the United States, coming out to take 75 kilos. A good lift, and yeah, as suspected, that's him done for the day. Well done to him for dropping that opener and coming out anyway. Lots of lessons to be learned, and he can come back stronger. Now have Aaron Yongananda from Australia, 220 kilos. that is a
Easy
good lift.
opener
3
for
white
Aaron.
lights.
It's a good lift. Next out,
Just for an
Ilya
idea of the
Slotnikov
caliber
from
of this
Israel.
session, Belak is opening at
Opening at
305
240.
kilos, which is 15.5 kilos above, or 14.5 kilos above the junior deadlift
bar is
record, the
loaded.
world sub-junior deadlift record.
Let's hear it for Ilya.
The total record is also going to be obliterated by both Reynolds and Belak on their openers. Ilyan Zlotnikov from Israel, 240 kilos. And that is a good lift,
for
3 white
Israel.
lights.
Next out, Angel Casara, Italy, 242.5. The bar is loaded. Let's go, Angel.
Angel Casara from Italy, 242.5 kilos. Ooh. And that is very troubling. Seeing a lot of troubling openers here. I think has his thumbs taped up there, so probably an issue with grip. He looks like a hook gripper. Just slipping there. Let's hope he can get that on his second, because don't want to see another lifter in a difficult situation here right at the end on the last hurdle. Nico Savansari from Finland, 245 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next, Ludovico Tagliaferri from
Looks like it felt a
Italy.
little bit heavier than he would have wanted based off his
The bar
face coming off the
is
platform.
loaded. Ludo is opening at 250.
Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, opening on 250 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift.
For Ludo from Italy. Next out, Hayden Brinkley, Australia. Opening at 255. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Hayden.
Hayden Brinkley from Australia, 255 kilos. Wow, very easy opener there for Hayden. Three white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next from Brazil, Gabriel Mbacker. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Gabriel. I love the Brazilians.
260 kilos for Gabriel Mbacker from Brazil. Lovely easy opener there for Gabriel. Three white lights.
Well done. Next out, Maur Lipkowski, Israel.
Mayor Lipkinski from Israel, opening on 265 kilos. Just showing the caliber of the second flight of lifters here. This would already propel him into deadlift gold, ahead of the lifters in the first flight who took 3 attempts.
The bar is loaded. That's it for Maur.
Mayor Lipkinski, 265 kilos. Opening on his deadlift personal best. Has been competing less than a year, so not too abnormal to see that. A little bit sticky, but stands it up. Just waiting for the lights from the referees here to see if they're happy with that lockout. And they are, 3 white lights.
For Israel, well done. Next up, Bo Trong, Canada. The bar is loaded. Bo is opening at 270.
Bo Trong from Canada, 270 kilos. Puts himself in a really good position for that bronze overall. Heavier than Gray, so he's going to want to keep ahead of him if possible. Currently, this would put him 5 kilos ahead if both Trong and Gray get their openers in. Yeah, that looked really comfortable.
Good news for Canada. Coming out next from Great Britain, Dominic Gray, opening at 280.
I just want to say before we get there, the current World Sub-Junior total record is 708 kilos, and with their openers, Reynolds and Belak are in and amongst the 740s, 750s, so we'll obliterate that when they get there. Dominic Gray from Great Britain, 280 kilos, opening 7.5 kilos above his personal best, looking to put pressure on Canada here. Very good patience off the ground, a little tougher than you'd want your opener to look.
Good lift for
It's a
Great
good
Britain.
lift.
Well done. Coming out next,
With Trong making a 15 kilo jump, he wouldn't just have to match it, he would have to jump about 20 kilos
Jack Reynolds
to
from
match
USA.
his total, which is a big ask after that opener, but we'll have to see. But for now, like I alluded to before, Jack Reynolds to come out
The bar is loaded.
280 kilos, so it's 10.5 kilos below the deadlift record, but like I said, absolutely obliterates the World Sub-Junior total record on his opener. The current total record is 708 kilos. This would give him 755.5 kilos. It's a little sticky, but he gets it. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new Sub-Junior total record.
Jakub Belak from Slovakia going for
And that wasn't just chipping it, that was, like I said, obliterating the current record.
and deadlift record. So this 305 kilo deadlift could potentially give him both the total
And now
the deadlift
Jakub
record.
Belak from Slovakia looking to open 14.5 kilos above the World Sub-Junior deadlift record. This isn't for the total record because it's a lower total than Reynolds just did.
Let's make some noise for Jakub. The bar is
But it is
loaded.
for a World Sub-Junior deadlift record.
Deadlift and
305
total
kilos
record.
to extend it by 14.5 kilos on his opener.
You got this, Jakub.
If this is easy, it'll be a big fight between himself and Reynolds. And it is easy. We are in for a battle. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new sub-junior world deadlift record. A huge deadlift. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll touch the junior record belonging to Enahoro. Don't think anyone's going to touch that for quite some time. And as we head into our second attempts, Reynolds in deadlift bronze currently with 280, behind Gray on bodyweight, and with a new record, Belak with 305 in deadlift gold. We head through now to our second attempts. Aaron Yongalanda from Australia, 237.5 kilos. Slowed down a little bit, but still snappy at lockout.
It's a good lift for Aaron.
That is a good lift.
Coming up next, from Italy, Angela Casara. Coming up for 242.5 kilos, and the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Angela.
Angela Casara from Italy, 242.5 kilos. Just lost grip at the top. Just needs to hold on to this. Seems like he's switched his grip from hook grip as well to a mixed grip. Hopefully that helps him hold on to it. And there we go, manages to hold on to it this time. And a good lift, 3 white lights. Has secured his total now.
Going for 250 kilos. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it
250
for
kilos
Nico.
for Nico Salvansaari from Finland to match his personal best. His opener looked okay, but he did come off looking like he found it a bit harder than he wanted to. Oh, it's a big grind, yeah, and
No
just
lift
too
for
heavy. Some
unfortunately.
trouble
Coming
for
up
Team
next,
Finland with their
Ilias
deadlifts
Loniko,
today.
Israel, 252.5. And the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Ilya. Let's go.
Ilyan Zlotnikov from Israel, a 12.5 kilo jump to 252.5. Very patient deadlift from Ilyan. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Israel. Next lifter out, Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, going for 262.5. And the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Ludo from Italy.
Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, 262.5 kilos to match his personal best. Moving really smoothly still there.
It's a good lift for Italy.
No good lift.
Well done. Coming up next from Brazil, Gabriel Mbacker, 275 kilos.
Just a reminder that we have a big fight for the first,
The bar is loaded.
but we've seen a big jump from both Belak and Reynolds. And Johnson has tapped out, so a slightly shorter flight. Gabriel Mbacker now from Brazil, 275 kilos, a 15 kilo jump to match his personal best. Huge support here from Team Brazil.
Beautiful lift from Gabriel. It's a good lift for
That is a good lift.
Coming up next, Hayden Brinkley from Australia. The bar is loaded. Give it up for Hayden.
A 20-kilo jump for Hayden Brinkley from Australia to 275 for a personal best. His opener was extremely easy. Yeah, and he's still moving well in his second with an extra 20 kilos on there. A good lift.
Next out from Israel, Maur Lipkunski. The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Maur Lipkunski.
Mayor Lipkunski from Israel, 275 kilos, a 10-kilo jump from his opener.
Look pretty good to me.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Good lift for Maur. Coming up next, Bo Trong of Canada, 285 kilos. And the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Bo. Let's go.
Bo Trung from Canada, 285 kilos, a 15-kilo jump from his opener. Looking to stay in that bronze medal position overall. Take him into deadlift silver for the time being, with Dominic Gray to follow, as well as Jack Reynolds. Gold looks like it likely is going to go to Belak, for deadlifts at least. That's a lovely looking second attempt for Bo. 3 lights, a good lift and just 1 kilo below his personal best.
Next, Dominic Gray from Great Britain, 292.5.
Dominic Gray from Great Britain, 292.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump. If he gets this, he'll be 10 kilos behind Bo Trung. So a bit of a bigger gap now to try and close. His opener looked quite hard for an opener, but it could have just been a case of some nerves on the opening attempt. Let's see how the 292.5 moves. His opener was already a personal best for total and for deadlift. Great patience off the ground, and if he continues to be patient like that, he might be able to keep pulling. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Dominic. Coming up next, Jack Reynolds. And a total record
Absolutely incredible
attempt
patience there
with
from Dominic.
295 kilos. The bar is loaded. Let's make
And
some
now we
noise
have
for
Jack Reynolds from the United
USA.
States of America. Of course, this is to further extend the World Sub-Junior total record. If he gets this, it makes it very hard, but not impossible, for Belak to catch up. But if he misses, it's completely doable, but he doesn't.
And it looks like a good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift, and extends the World Sub-Junior total record
Coming up next, Jakub Belak, Slovakia.
to
Out here to
770.5.
extend on his deadlift record.
It would be a big job for Belak to catch up now. We're seeing a lot of records be broken in this flight between Belak and Reynolds. 315 kilos, a 10-kilo jump for Jakub Belak from Slovakia, looking to further extend the World Sub-Junior deadlift record
The bar
by
is
another 10
loaded
kilos.
for Jakub Belak, Slovakia.
This would extend it
Let's
from
hear
what it
for
was at the beginning of the day by
sub-junior
24.5
world
kilos.
deadlift record, 315.
There we go, it is moving smoothly. 3 white lights, a good lift, and further extends the world sub-junior deadlift record.
We are going into round 3 of the deadlifts.
And that concludes our second
Starting off
round
with
of
Anna
deadlifts.
Yolanda of Australia,
With yet again 2 more world
247.5
records broken.
kilos on the bar frame.
Belak leading, of course, with 315 in deadlifts, followed by Reynolds with 295, and Gray currently in deadlift bronze. More importantly, you can see where the totals stand right now. Reynolds leading with 770.5. Belak currently in silver with 757.5. They'll be pushing each other right until the end. Of course, Belak having the advantage of deadlifting second. And currently in third, we have Bo Trong from Canada, just 10 kilos ahead of Dominic Gray from Great Britain. Aaron Yogananda from Australia, 247.5 kilos, and he's had a phenomenal day of lifting. So we'll give him a 635 total. Wow, he keeps pulling it. Oh my goodness. He closed his eyes and prayed, and the deadlift gods answered.
Well done. Next up, Nico Sabonsari of Finland. Nico is going for 250. Second try on this weight. And the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Nico.
Nico Sabonsari from Finland, 250 kilos. Missed this on his second, looking to get it now on his third. What a fantastic effort there from Nico, and a good lift. It pays off. He looks disappointed, but he shouldn't be. What a fight that last attempt was, and it makes such a big difference doing this on the international platform. Seems Belak's put in a deadlift hoping that Reynolds will miss, just to chip him there. He put in 329, which would beat Reynolds by 1 kilo if Reynolds missed. We'll see how that changes though. Angel Casara from Italy, 260 kilos. 17.5 kilo jump, missed his opener on grip, switched to mixed grip and looking to gain an extra 17.5 kilo here. There we go. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Well done. Coming out next, Ilian Slotnikov, Israel. Also with 260.
Ilian Zlotnikov from Israel, jumping 7.5 kilos to 260 for a total and deadlift PB.
The bar is loaded. Let's make some noise for Ilian.
No, not there today
Not
for
today,
Ilian.
but well done for your competition today. Next out, Ludovico Tagliaferri of Italy. Ludo is going for 270.
Ludovico Tagliaferri from Italy, 270 kilos on the bar for his third and final attempt.
The bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Ludo from Italy.
He's looked so far so good in deadlifts. Let's see what another 7.5 kilos does here. What incredible patience there for Tagliaferri. And he is rewarded. 3 white lights.
To watch as well. So calm. Well done. We have Hayden Brinkley of Australia coming out next with a 280 kilo third attempt.
Just 7 deadlifts remaining. First up we have Hayden Brinkley from Australia. 280 kilos for a deadlift and total PB.
The bar is loaded.
His
Let's hear
deadlifts
it
have
for
been moving
Hayden
nice and
of
quickly so far.
Australia.
Let's see what another 5 kilos does here.
Make some noise for him. You got this, Hayden. Let's go.
What a phenomenal final pull from Hayden. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Amazing job today.
Great end to the day.
Next lifter out, Mar Lipkowski, Israel. Going for 285.
Mayor Lipkinski from Israel, 285 kilos. Another 10 kilo jump here for another personal best
The bar is loaded.
on deadlift and on total. Been competing less than 1 year, and what a day out he's had so far. This will pull him into top 10 in the world. Did he get that down command?
Let's see what it says.
Ah, he did, but wasn't quite locked out enough there. Have a look at that in the replay. The coach just going to the jury.
Next for a 290 kilo attempt.
Yeah, I think that's going to stay as a no lift, but we move now to Bo Trong from Canada, who's jumping 5 kilos to 290. Doesn't want to take any risks here, wants to secure that bronze place. If he misses this, it gives Dominic Gray a chance at pulling for bronze. Good call from Team Canada here, just get it out of reach. Otherwise, Dominic Gray would have to pull 307.5 in order to match the total of Bo at a lighter body weight.
Let's go, Bo.
No, it's not there, unfortunately. He's still in a good position to get bronze, but it means that Team GB can put on 305.
Coming out for his
But actually
Third and last
302.5, I'm
lift
not sure if
race.
they've realised that. There they go, 302.5 goes on the bar for Team GB for Dominic Gray. An attempt to pull into bronze. For now though, 295 kilos for Gabriel Mbaka from Brazil. Big support from Team Brazil here.
What great support you have in here. It's amazing.
Gabriel Mbaka now for Brazil, 295 kilos, a 20 kilo jump in an attempt to get a deadlift bronze medal. Will put him in a good position to do so with Dominic Gray to follow.
And the bar is loaded for Gabriel from Brazil. Let's hear it.
20 kilos is a big ask. His deadlifts have been moving well, but well enough for this. We'll have to wait and see.
Come on, Gabriel.
It is moving. Oh my goodness, what heart. Gabriel. 3 white lights, a good lift.
For Brazil. Well done for today.
How could you not with support like that?
Coming up next, Dominic Gray of Great Britain. And 302.5 kilos. on
Now
bar.
Dominic Gray from Great Britain to move him into deadlift silver, but more importantly onto the podium overall ahead of Bo Trong from
The bar
Canada.
is loaded.
302.5 kilos, more than he's ever lifted before. A 10 kilo jump from his second. It's a risk worth taking.
Come on, Dominic, you got this.
He'll remain in 4th anyway. This is for a bronze medal on the world stage. There's that patience we've seen from him, and he gets it moving. Look at that. He gets the down command, and it is a good lift. Dominic Gray pulls himself onto the podium overall. What a phenomenal final pull from Dominic. His opener looked hard, but we learned he's just patient, and it paid off in the end. A bronze medal for Dominic Gray. And now we'll find out who will walk away the world champion here in the 83 kilo sub-juniors, Belak or Reynolds. If Reynolds gets this, it will be a near impossible task for Belak to reach him. 305 kilos for a world sub-junior total record is already been extended by 62.5 kilos. This is to extend the world junior total record from this morning by 72.5 kilos in total. And for the world title, Jack Reynolds of the United States, 305 kilos. Oh, and it is not there.
No lift for USA, but you
And
have
it's
done
not
absolutely amazing
hope
today.
lost yet, but it makes an easier job for Belak to pull.
Jakub Belak, Slovakia.
329 be
Out
put on the
to
bar for Belak.
extend his deadlift world record and to get
He
the
only
total
needed
record.
328.5, but I suppose that's splitting
As well
hairs there.
with a 329 kilo
Jakub
pull.
Belak from Slovakia going for a world sub-junior deadlift and total record to take the title from Jack Reynolds from the United States. It's not over until Belak deadlifts.
Previous lift was at 315.
He's going to have to break 2 world records to get the title.
329. Let's
Who
give
will
him the
walk away
support
victorious?
that he deserves
Reynolds
for
or
this.
Belak? You don't
The
have to
bar
wait long to
is
find out. The
loaded
bar is loaded for
for
Jakub
Jakub
Belak from
Belak
Slovakia.
of Slovakia.
329 kilos, a 14 kilo jump from his second for a new world sub-junior deadlift and total record, and for the world title.
Let's go, you got this. Come on. Let's go, Jakub.
It's a big ask. He's going to have to lift more than anybody has ever before to walk away with the world title in the sub-juniors. and it's just too heavy.
No
Jack
ability
Reynolds
for
from the
Jakub,
United
but
States
you
is
have
your
a
sub-junior
absolutely
world
amazing
champion.
display. Give him a
It
big
was a
round of
big ask
applause.
from Belak, but he had nothing to lose.
So we will have medal ceremony for these guys in a moment.
And that
Before that,
concludes
I
this
just want
morning's
to
session. In
clarify,
deadlift
so if
bronze,
there's
we have
coaches
Jack
with
Reynolds
you
from the
who
United
want to
States
watch
on
the
bodyweight
morning,
ahead of Mvako
that
at
the weigh-in starts
295.
at 6,
In silver, Dominic
not at
Gray
7,
from Great
and
Britain,
lifting starts at
302.5
8
kilos.
o'clock.
And
So
Jakub
weigh-in
Belak
starts
with
at
a
6,
new
and
sub-junior
at 8
deadlift
o'clock, then we're
world
talking about
record
the
with
junior
315
man
kilos.
of
And
-83.
overall, on body weight, ahead of Bo
Some
Trung from
leaders will
Canada,
get ready
Dominic
for
Gray
medal
is your bronze
ceremony.
medalist with
That means
690
tracksuits
kilos.
on and
Jakub
be
Belak from
on the right
Slovakia is your
area.
silver medalist with 757.5 kilos. And your new sub-junior world champion, Jack Reynolds from the United States with 770.5 kilos. Now let this sink in. The sub-junior total record when we began today was 708. We are going to head now to the medal ceremony for the 83 kilo sub-juniors. So stick around and we will see you there.
Give the guys a big round of applause. These are the sub-junior minus 83 men. They're gonna be given medals by Krishna Sahu of India and Robert Keller, USA. Give them a big round of applause. We are starting with participation medals for these guys. And we will then continue with the podium for the individual lifts as well as the total. We need 2 more medals over here. So give the guys a big round of applause. They're at the World Championships, after all. You have done amazing, all of you. We are going to go into the medalists, starting with squat. So, squat bronze goes to Bo Trong of Canada. Squat silver, Jakub Belak of Slovakia. And squat gold, Jack Reynolds, USA, with a 280 kilo squat. Big smiles, guys. You're on the podium. Thank you so much. You can step down, and we're gonna go to the bench medalists. In bench bronze, we have Ilyan Slotnikov of Israel. Bench silver goes to Jakub Belak, Slovakia. And bench gold, Jack Reynolds, USA, with a 195.5 kilo bench. Big smiles, guys. Thank you so much, and well done. For the deadlift medals, in bronze, Jack Reynolds, USA, with 295 kilo deadlift. Deadlift silver, Dominic Gray, Great Britain, 302.5. And deadlift gold goes to Jakub Belak, Slovakia, 315 kilo. Thank you so much, guys. Now for the total medals. In bronze with 600 kilo total, Dominic Gray of Great Britain. In silver with a 757.5 kilo total, Jakub Belak, Slovakia. And the world champion of the sub-junior minus 83 is Jack Reynolds, USA, with a 770.5 kilo total. Congrats guys, you have done amazing. Let's stand up for the national anthem of the USA. Please stand up everybody for the national anthem of USA. Amazingly done, guys. You have been great. So give all the guys a big round of applause as they exit the platform in this direction.